Hand up to Tom and Shane. Those two just want the bag and to be left alone. They do the bare minimum public-facing work they need to do to sustain their career, and then they disappear. Tom doesn't give a shit about being liked, doesn't give a shit about anything else. That Shane is not an unhustler like Tom. Just saying that nation, which is why he's sitting rolling tires and wheels, just like he used to say, protect your parts instead of protect our parts. Laurie was on 2 Facebook Cave because it was bitter about broken cans like Sober October, like Moon is so fucking petty is pure coke. And then there's all the back-ended compliments. Did you watch how he compared Shane to industry veterans and framed it as Shane barely knowing what he's doing while other guys have been doing it for years? Let's just be clear about this. Bird's a 53-year-old man who can't handle watching someone younger do everything he does, but better and with half the effort. Bird, bring up Shane Gillis and then start with all the, well, actually, bullshit. And so then, in case you've forgotten, we are less than 2 weeks away from Bird's comeback tour after being fall into the like fitness influencer. I don't know if we fall into like every comedy podcast now is like a political like show. You know, it's a lot of quotes you just said. So, I don't know. I'm gonna tell you about an experience I had this weekend where I felt pretty proud, and I love putting this out there for anyone listening. When you're in your 30s and you're parents, you judge each other by status-wise, that way. And then in your 50s, the current is. And I will say, as someone who never had money, like very old parents, we never had like money, and we always went to someone in a nicer house than ours, and I was always insecure about it, going like, God, how do they have this house? How do they have cars like this? I went to a party this weekend. I was Princess Bride. I was at the time. We got 53. I was in the best shape. There were dudes getting in compliments. Guys getting Stinson. Guys at all like chasing. All of a sudden, I was like, they're like, God, you're great. I was like, thanks. And then they're like, are you working out? I was like, yeah. And it's so crazy. And I was with my wife, and I'm like, guys, she really got petty stock and shined them. Like, yeah, I mean, she could be married to the guy that plays for her, could be married to the guy that can't ask to watch his. But instead, she's got this beast of a savage that still brings it to the bed. And, like, he's about to fucking come off the rails and goes back to drinking. It's exciting for her to be like, what's this game? She was like, you're not doing any work. She thought, she was like, you're not doing any work. You're supposed to figure out what you're going to do with drinking. You start drinking, and you haven't done anything. You can start drinking the way you can be rolled over. And I think we all agree that that's not what we want out of this dirty. He's good, seriously flexing about being the healthiest guy in the body. Prove you're on with 15 medication. Expensive disability. If you really want to flex on the last 6 months without extra back, at least life at the end that she basically told him he hasn't done any work. He's going to go straight back to how he was. And this is what we signed up for on this channel. That is the voice of the woman who's impressed by Bird's temporary sobriety. cleanly enough to cut jokes instead of just recycling those. You guys yourself, I'm definitely yelling with, I'm not no issues doing that. But he's not going to, he's been counting down to just people like this in your own lives. Once you relapse, you switch completely in another direction. When they start putting it back on, they end up heavier than when they start. Next one.
By the way, almost went to our final regular of the night. Episode like I'm this thing, and Timmy, you know, saving material. It takes a long time for Timmy to be able to generate. Born on 420, and boy, did he like smoking J's. A lot of people are on TikTok now at the airport. Times are changing. Last year, my little brother, he was a part of the Queers for Palestine protests. Yes, gay Muslims. Better known as ghosts. Okay, that's it. We're not fucking around here anymore. Attitude era of Kill Tony. That is the greatest Hitler joke I've ever heard in my entire life. 20 fucking years I've been doing this goddamn shit. Waiting for that. Somehow it's been right there. Mike Manoia. I've always wanted to see a David Lynch movie do stand up. You already did. Yeah. Holy shit, that was fantastic. It's like terrifying, but also very nice. Just like you. Just like you. Pat O'Neill, you are the fucking deal. I mean, that 40-some seconds of laughter. I thought about just stopping after that, but it was fucking. It was great. It was great that you just segued right into TikTok. You gotta laugh off your setup by just jumping into something, which is just fucking great. You are a joke smith. It is incredible. All the way down to the finish. Huge laughs with the opener, huge laughs with the closer. I mean, you're fucking doing it. You're living the dream, buddy. How do you feel? Fucking fantastic. Yeah. The episode's coming out today. We're regular, so. Fucking, but yeah, we taped quite a few ahead. Those of you that might not know, we taped one break per year for a few weeks, and that happens late May, early June. So we tape ahead. We get a few episodes ahead, so that we can actually take a once a year fucking little vacation while also putting out episodes every Monday. So what's amazing is you're witnessing Pat O'Neill here, but people are finding out about him tonight. Yeah. On the episode airing right now, but he's still so many times in a row that it's incredible. By the time they hear this, people are gonna go, "What the fuck?" We're gonna be back this week if you were to show. Right? You had to pay your rent. The landlord's like, yeah. Oh, yeah. And you're like, look, I swear, I'm about to be famous as fuck. Yeah. So I'm working my job, and then I asked for fucking pay stubs. So I was like,
was a renowned military leader and oversaw the vast expansion of the ancient Egyptian empire eastwards into the Levant and southwards into Nubia, now northern Sudan and southern Egypt. He was likely the son of the previous pharaoh Amenhotep I and a secondary wife of the Egyptians did not create family trees. So identifying blood relations can be difficult. But was Ahmose I, but it is not known who Ahmose's parents were. For the time, this Ahmose two daughters of surviving sons, which would be dynasty. This video is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends, the amazing fantasy role-playing game favorite. Giving and real-life prizes worth up to 1,000. Log in 7 days between now. Special promo code RAVELONDA, available for all users, new and old. To get a bunch of helpful stuff like a 3-day 100% XP boost, 500k silver, and 5 full energy refills, perfect for leveling your Ronda up so she's at the top of her game. And as an Amazon Prime member, you can get your exclusive rewards right now. If you want to get a huge head start in Raid, click our link in the description or scan the QR code here on the screen. You'll get your talking of free epic champion and one ancient shard, so you can summon more soon as you get in-game. All this treasure will be waiting for you here, along with new dungeon and new holiday champions too, available for 30 days for new players only. Hatshepsut was only the second historically confirmed woman to rule Egypt with the full titles and power. She belonged to the 18th dynasty, which ran from 1458 BC, and she ruled for over 2 decades, from 1478 BC to 1458 BC. Hatshepsut lived over 3,500 years ago, and to put into perspective how long the period of ancient Egyptian history is, Hatshepsut lived over 1,000 years after the building of the pyramids of Giza, and 100 years before Tutankhamun, 200 years before Ramesses, and 1,400 years before the most famous female pharaoh, Cleopatra. Little is known about Hatshepsut's childhood, but her name, which means almost of noble ladies, highlighted her prominent position within the royal family. She certainly would have had important royal duties to fulfill, including being involved in religious rituals. She is known to worship the cow goddess Hathor in particular, who was the goddess of dancing, fertility and pleasure, and was also the protector of women. There were 42 state gods and goddesses in total in the ancient Egyptian religion, the most important of which was Amun-Ra, the sun god, creator, who was later seen as king of the gods. As the eldest daughter of the pharaoh, Hatshepsut would have been expected to marry the next pharaoh, a tradition which aimed to keep the royal bloodline pure. And so, at around the age of 12, she married her half-brother Thutmose II, becoming his principal wife. As Thutmose II was younger than Hatshepsut, she perhaps took over the reins of power in her husband's name when their father, Thutmose I, died in 1493 BC. By the time Hatshepsut came to full power in around 1478 BC, Egypt, as a unified country, was already 17 centuries old, as legendary King Menes had first ruled a unified Egypt in around 3100 BC. As it is today, the land of ancient Egypt was made habitable by the River Nile, which cut through the desert and gave the names to the two regions of Egypt: Upper Egypt, which was upriver in the south, and Lower Egypt, downriver in the north, around the Nile Delta region. The king or pharaoh ruled both regions, with the title of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Lord of the two lands. But there were distinct differences between the two areas. They had different protector goddesses. Nechbet, the vulture cobra goddess in Lower Egypt. The regions were also represented by different symbols. For the United, there was huge prosperity achievement. They were true golden ages. Golden age occurred during the period of the Old Kingdom, 2649 BC to 2100 BC. This was the age of the peasants. This into a period called the Third Period, from 2181 BC to 2055 BC. The Middle Kingdom from 2030 BC to 600 with a view. This period of Upper and Lower. However, the beginning of the end of the Middle Kingdom was caused by a break in the royal line. Female pharaoh Sobek-Neferu died in 1802 BC without any heirs, resulting in the collapse of the successful 12th dynasty. The next two dynasties, which overlapped, proved weak. The 13th dynasty was forced to retreat southwards towards Memphis and failed to prevent a breakaway dynasty forming. The breakaway 14th dynasty reigned separately over the Nile Delta region simultaneously. The second intermediate period from 1650 BC to 1550 BC, which followed, saw Egypt once again divided. In the north, the Hyksos dynasty arrived from Western Asia, and its 6 kings ruled as the 15th dynasty. In the south, the kingdom of Kush, an early civilization in the region of Nubia, northern Sudan, expanded its reach. In the middle sat the Egyptian kingdom of Thebes, or the 16th dynasty and the 17th dynasty. It was during the 17th dynasty that war was launched against Hyksos rule, who were eventually pushed out of Egypt by the Thebans of the 17th dynasty. It was at this time that Upper and Lower Egypt were reunited by Ahmose I of Thebes in 1550 BC, and the Third Golden Age began. This brought ancient Egypt full circle, as another Theban, Mentuhotep II, had united Upper and Lower Egypt at the start of the Middle Kingdom too, also triggering a golden age. In reunifying the country, Ahmose became the founder of the New Kingdom, and the first king of the 18th dynasty, to which Hatshepsut also belonged. As the period of foreign rule in Egypt came to an end, Egypt began to build up its own empire. During the second intermediate period, the Kushites had raided the south, prompting the Egyptians to expand further south into Nubia. The kingdom of Kush was firmly pushed back under Hatshepsut's father, Thutmose I, around 1500 BC, and the earlier defeat of the Hyksos during the second intermediate period saw the new kingdom of Egypt expand into the Levant. It was during this time, just before Hatshepsut's reign, that the Egyptian empire attained its greatest territorial extent. Hatshepsut was directly related to these empire-expanding pharaohs, as well as her father Thutmose I. Hatshepsut was a blood relation of Ahmose I, the unifier of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the first ruler of the New Kingdom. But although they came from the same dynasty. Tracing their family connections is difficult. Ahmose I's son, Amenhotep I, was his successor, but after that, the historical record becomes unclear. Amenhotep I was succeeded by Thutmose I, but Thutmose never used the title King's Son, which puts a question mark over his connection to Amenhotep. Some Egyptologists have argued that Thutmose's wife Ahmose was Amenhotep's sister, making Thutmose his son-in-law rather than biological son. Or he might have been Amenhotep's son, born of a lesser wife, which would have restricted his use of the title King's Son. It is also possible that Thutmose was a general chosen by the heirless Amenhotep to rule. However, a violent coup can be ruled out as an explanation, as the records suggest a peaceful transition of power occurred. Dynastic problems did not come to an end after the accession of Thutmose I. A recurring issue was that sons born to secondary wives and any female children were not considered ideal heirs. Thutmose I and his principal wife Ahmose had no surviving son, only two daughters, of whom Hatshepsut was the oldest. Thutmose I did have a son, Thutmose II, with a secondary wife, Utnofret, and it was thought best, according to tradition, that Thutmose II be quickly married to his half-sister, Hatshepsut. This would bolster the credentials of Thutmose II and preserve the direct royal line. Egyptologists of the past have presented Thutmose II as weak and frail. This presentation was not necessarily rooted in fact. It was fueled by a determination to present Hatshepsut as domineering. A shrewd Hatshepsut was supposed to have manipulated her ineffective husband and essentially ruled in his name. However, public monuments paint a different picture. The dutiful Hatshepsut is shown standing behind her husband, showing appropriate fealty to him as the pharaoh, but the limited scale of Thutmose II's building program hinders a deeper understanding of his reign and the power his wife held. Thutmose II ruled only for a short time after his father's death. He was succeeded by his wife and half-sister Hatshepsut. For the same reason, he had almost been born the principal wife. Like his father, Thutmose II did have a son, a secondary wife, Isis. This child, Thutmose III, could not immediately take the throne because he was very young. And like with the accession of Thutmose II, there was some concern over the child's status as the son of a secondary wife. The weakening of the direct royal line was a concern that could not be easily overlooked. Instead, as tradition indicated, Hatshepsut was to rule as co-regent for the young boy, a role which soon grew to that of a co-ruler. There had been precedents of widowed principal wives ruling as regents and dutifully handling the affairs of the government for their young sons, but the short lifespan of ancient Egyptians meant that young rulers and the requirement for regents was not unusual, and Hatshepsut's royal credentials as both daughter and wife of past pharaohs were impeachable. Thutmose III, 1473 BC, monuments from the time showed the child king in the form of an adult, as was traditional, performing royal duties and rich suit, dressed in royal female garb, is depicted off to one side, demurely watching over her stepson. But Hatshepsut's rise to full power was not inevitable at the start of their joint reign. It was only several years later that Hatshepsut began appearing on monuments in the cost indicating a change in status. The first example of swapping power dressing comes from the second year of the co-regent period, with Hatshepsut depicted in the Karnak temple complex in Thebes, wearing the robes of a female ruler but the crown of a male king. This slow adoption of the symbols of the pharaoh suggests that her rise to power was gradual rather than an abrupt coup. But in around 1473 BC, Hatshepsut took on the title of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the regalia and other formal titles of the Pharaoh of Egypt. This was a permanent promotion. Hatshepsut could not step down when Thutmose came of age, as the role of Pharaoh was a lifelong responsibility. Pharaohs could not abdicate or rule temporarily, but even at this time, when her power was at its height, she ruled as a co-ruler with Thutmose III. The reasons behind Hatshepsut's decision to take on the full titles of kingship are lost to history. She may have been acting to safeguard the throne for Thutmose III, as the deaths of Thutmose's mother Isis and Hatshepsut's mother Ahmose removed the remaining links to the previous royal generation and perhaps left Hatshepsut feeling exposed. Although 19th and 20th century Egyptologists were keen to present Hatshepsut as an ambitious, cunning woman with an unnatural hunger for power, there is little evidence to support this view. It was more likely that Hatshepsut's instinct was to continue to rule as co-regent in the name of Thutmose III. Ruling with the full power of the pharaoh and in her own name would have been a great risk, given the existence of a legitimate heir and the limited precedence of female pharaohs. For establishing stable rule of the life, or the regent or ruler. It was this title that won her the support of the priests. The god's wife led festivals to the god Amun, one of the primordial Egyptian gods who was later merged with the ancient sun god to become Amun-Ra, and assisted the high priest in his sacred duties at the great temple of Amun at Karnak. She was held in high regard because it was believed she had direct interaction with Amun, who was revered in Thebes as the creator god and later king of the gods. The god's wife had enough influence and power to dictate policy, as ancient Egypt was a priest-led society where religion and government were deeply intertwined. Hatshepsut was the last god's wife for many decades, perhaps because the role bestowed enormous power, privilege and wealth on the woman who held this title. Hatshepsut's experience leading religious rituals and working closely with the priests stood her in good stead for the duties of a pharaoh, as well as leading religious processions and for direct divine responsibility. Ancient Egyptians saw their pharaohs as a link between the gods and the human race. Pharaohs would be responsible for direct communication with the 42 state gods and goddesses and were charged with maintaining the cosmic order established during creation called Ma'at. In many cases, pharaohs themselves were seen as semi-divine beings, with some believed to be born of Amun-Ra, including Hatshepsut, and when they died would become fully fledged divine beings. As well as the support of the priests, Hatshepsut would have relied on the favor of the royal family and the courtiers. Arguments that the cunning Hatshepsut sought to overthrow her stepson and rule alone are undermined by the fact that the ancient Egyptian royal family relied on the support of other elite groups. The risk of being overthrown would have reminded Hatshepsut that she was answerable to others. It seems likely that the courtiers, as well as the priests, supported Hatshepsut's rise to power. Only 70 years before her reign, Egypt had been divided during the Second Intermediate Period, with large regions ruled by other groups, including the Hyksos in the north and the Kingdom of Kush in the south. Courtiers relied on the royal family for their privileged positions, and the loss of this royal line would have threatened their power and caused widespread turmoil. Stability and prosperity were the aims of the day, and Hatshepsut, along with the shining legacy of her father, Thutmose I, seemed to offer just that. There is no surviving evidence that suggests Hatshepsut faced any major challenges to her reign. Although she technically ruled as a co-ruler with her stepson, it was clear that Hatshepsut was in charge, with her stepson happy to lead her army and not use this power against her. Despite 19th and 20th century attempts to present this co-ruling duo as in conflict, with Thutmose seen as embittered by his stepmother's rising power, there is little evidence of this. The pieces of evidence which have reached us in the present show a harmonious working relationship. While he grew up, Thutmose valued Hatshepsut's experience of ruling, including during her father's reign while he fought in campaigns, her guidance and her illustrious status as a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. Without the public and elite support Hatshepsut had won, it is possible that the infant Thutmose would have lost the throne to another. It was perhaps the fear of her royal line losing the kingship that encouraged Hatshepsut to become pharaoh. Her claim to more power was supported, and she received the official regalia of the pharaoh, including the cut headcloth featuring the uraeus, the rearing cobra, the traditional false beard, and shended kilt. Many statues survive showing Hatshepsut in this androgynous royal attire. In reliefs, she is shown striding forward and standing tall, as well as the traditional pious kneeling position, rather than the demure postures of Egyptian female figures. The feminine ankle-length dress and closed-feet stance are rarely used in images of Hatshepsut. Women could have high status in ancient Egypt and had legal rights to property, unlike in many other ancient and modern civilizations. There had been examples of powerful Egyptian women, including Hatshepsut's own mother, Ahmose, who wielded great influence as the king's daughter. Throughout ancient Egyptian history, many mortal women were worshipped as goddesses, and both before and after Hatshepsut, women reigned as pharaohs. Khentkaus I, Nitocris, and Sobek-Neferu had all ruled in some capacity prior to Hatshepsut. At Nefer-and-Feruatin, Twosret and Cleopatra were just some of the important female rulers who came after her. But there was no word for queen in ancient Egypt. King's wife was the title given to those who married the pharaoh. The ruler was called the king or pharaoh, no matter their gender, and female pharaohs, that is, women who ruled fully under their own name and with the regalia and titles of pharaoh, were not common. Before Hatshepsut, there had only been Sobek-Neferu, who had reigned 6 dynasties before her and had taken on the male title of king. As the office of pharaoh was a distinctly male one, adaptation was necessary for female rulers. The symbolism of ancient Egyptian kingship, the crook and flail, and the uraeus and masculine dress was designed for male rulers, given that the role usually passed from father to son. In the majority of the statues and works of art that have survived until the modern day, Hatshepsut is presented as a masculine king. This was one of the reasons why it took Egyptologists so long to identify her. Hieroglyphic inscriptions said female king, but the imagery was almost entirely masculine. Presenting herself as a male king wasn't deceitful, it was tradition. Egyptian art often presented things as they should be, rather than how they are. Older kings and infant kings, like Thutmose III, did not completely hide her beauty, as she took on the masculine attributes of the kingship. She replaced the traditional male titles and epithets used with labels on statues and reliefs with feminine variations. Her name followed up with daughter Ray, and the feminine word endings she used led to grammatical oxymorons like His Majesty herself. In private spaces, statues of Hatshepsut depicted her with a mix of male and female attributes. 2 rare examples of these statues, now in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, of the young life in Sphinx form, kneeling or standing. Hatshepsut's statues saw as the ideal name. She also called religious aspects of the pharaoh to bolster her legitimacy. She styled it Matkare, meaning truth is the soul of the sun god, to emphasize her connection to Amun. One myth even has her as as Pharaoh communicate with the gods. This title plainly said that she was destined to help maintain Ma'at and bring stability and prosperity to Egypt. Hatshepsut's legitimacy was further bolstered by the proclamation of the Oracle of Amun. The oracle declared that Hatshepsut's rise to become pharaoh was in fact Amun's will. Hatshepsut promoted the words of the oracle by carving the following proclamation on my favorite, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Ma'at-Kare Hatshepsut. Thou art the pharaoh, taking possession of the two lands. But even the oracle's words did not make Hatshepsut lose sight of the fact that she was a co-ruler. She ordered a relief to be made to showcase her rise to power, which showed both herself and Thutmose III. This relief was placed in the Red Chapel, a sacred building in the sanctuary of Amun-Ra at the Temple of Karnak, which housed the Userhat Amun, a golden boat used by the god Amun to travel around. Both she and her co-ruler Thutmose were presented as men, but Hatshepsut now took the place of precedence. The words of Amun, by the oracle and this visual representation of her power in a place sacred to Amun, emphasized her divine right to be pharaoh. To highlight her legitimacy, Hatshepsut also emphasized her connection to her father, Pharaoh Thutmose I. She appeared to idolize her father, who had won fame for his military victories and expansion. When Hatshepsut was a young child from his victory against the Kushans in Nubia. With the Nubian chieftain displayed on the herself and to a long and successful pharaohs of the 18th dynasty. However, historical evidence to support Hatshepsut's claim of being her father's named successor has not been found. The claim seems especially dubious given that Hatshepsut was married to her brother Thutmose II. To strengthen his claim as heir, More images of Hatshepsut were placed on the temple's terraces. Some of these statues were over 10 tall. Hatshepsut poses the first. The later trend for emphasizing a pharaoh's divine birth is believed to have begun with Hatshepsut, who needed to legitimize her claim to the throne. Hatshepsut sought to highlight the sacred link between the pharaoh and the gods. In particular, Amun and his connection with the pharaoh. For example, during the Festival of the Dead, the cult statue of Amun was sailed across the river to spend a night in Hatshepsut's tomb. The religious rituals she created, usually the privilege of male kings, would have been seen as important as the buildings she commissioned, and were clear evidence that she was the legitimate pharaoh. The landscape of Egypt was fundamentally altered by Hatshepsut's building projects, as well as her mortuary temples and were constructed Temple of Karnak, as the tradition under most pharaohs. The Red Chapel was built here, which was a religious chapel dedicated to Amun, and featured carvings showing key moments from Hatshepsut's life. A pair of obelisks were constructed to celebrate her 16th year as pharaoh. This momentous construction was commemorated on relief, which showed the 450-ton obelisk 27 of her reign. Archaeologists a glimpse at Hatshepsutian architectural design and construction. The discovery of the unfinished obelisk, a broken version left in the quarry in Aswan where it was made, hard work, craftsmanship, and innovation which went into creating these monuments. Hatshepsut also ordered the restoration of great monuments. The precinct of Mut, the mother goddess of Egypt, had been sacked during the Hyksos occupation and was rebuilt under Hatshepsut. The new design featured twin obelisks at the temple's entrance that, at the time, were the tallest in the world. One of them still stands today and is the second tallest ancient obelisk still upright. The restoration of the Mut precinct was a building project so magnificent that later pharaohs pillaged it for features to bolster their own projects. Other important building projects ordered by Hatshepsut included the Temple of Pakhet at Beni Hassan, south of Armenia. The temple mixed the cultures north and south of the area by being dedicated to both Ahmed. In Hatshepsut, in it she claimed that the Hyksos occupied by the Greeks when they occupied Egypt during the Ptolemaic dynasty, bore resemblance to their own hunter goddess Artemis, and was renamed by them the Speos Artemidos. As with other impressive buildings, a later pharaoh, time Seti I of the ninth, with his own time and money to programs. These works were the dynastic and religious of himself, prey placed in Hatshepsut's temple, though they were hidden discreetly behind doors which would have been left open when the public could enter the temple. For this merging royal and non-royal evidence certain is royal because not meant for physical relationship. While an example of temple graffiti listed as being Hatshepsut and Senenmut, there is Hatshepsut trusted and relied upon her advisor Senenmut, and that he had successfully made a space for himself in the close-knit royal family circle, but there is no legitimate evidence that they were lovers. After a long reign which spanned 2 decades, Hatshepsut died in the 22nd year of her rule. Although the precise date of her death is unclear, her successor, Thutmose III, recorded the start of his reign on the 16th of January 1458 BC. In that year, he took on the title Ruler of Ma'at for the first time, signaling that Hatshepsut had died. She is thought to have died in her late 40s and had lived what was considered a relatively long life in ancient times. No record of the cause of death has survived. Hatshepsut elsewhere by Thutmose III. Hatshepsut's mummy was perhaps also moved at this time, with her new location most commonly believed to be in the tomb of her nurse, Sitre-in. This change was perhaps ordered by Amenhotep II, son of Thutmose III, by a secondary wife, as he sought to secure his own uncertain legitimacy to rule. Given this confusion, Hatshepsut's mummy has been difficult for Egypt to contain any like evidence. But in 1902, archaeologist Howard Carter, who found the tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered a second possible location for Hatshepsut's final resting place, tomb KD60, which had been the burial place of her nurse Sitre-in. This second site seems to fit in with the story of her body being moved to a more discreet location by her successors. Inside this tomb, 2 female mummies were found, identified as Hatshepsut's nurse, but archaeologist Zahi Hawass released a statement to the scientific community claiming that this second female mummy was indeed Hatshepsut. The process of identification was unconventional, as the DNA had not survived well enough for testing in a box with Hatshepsut's name on it, was reunited with this mummy, and it seemed to be a perfect fit. If this was Hatshepsut's mummy, it can shed some light on her mysterious death. This mummy showed signs of bone cancer, perhaps caused by a benzopyrene carcinogenic skin lotion found with the body. Her family was said to suffer from a genetic inflammatory skin disease, so perhaps the lotion had been used to soothe this condition. However, the tooth may have belonged to a later royal lady of the same name from the 21st dynasty. Equally, the hand position of the mummy was that of a king's wife, not a pharaoh, which suggests it wasn't her. In 2011, the identification of the missing tooth was proven to be false. Tooth was a Valley of the King did a wide range as lioness Simbi figurine. As mummy is to be been hard to find because after 2 decades as pharaoh, she disappeared from history. She's missing from the roll list of kings, and the scribes never mentioned her. Many monuments and temples were ascribed to later pharaohs, and she appears in vague references to a female ruler around that time, sometimes as an Amesis or an Amenhotep, but her name vanished. Hatshepsut was returned to history in 1802 AD when her name found on a statue of what appeared to be a male ruler, Francois Champollion, decipherer of the Rosetta Stone. The hieroglyphic inscription on this masculine statue stated that it actually depicted a female ruler. The statue had been found in the inner chambers of Hatshepsut's temple at Deir el-Bahari. Everything in the public-facing areas had been completely erased. Even when Hatshepsut did appear in the historical narrative around the 19th century, Egyptologists often described her as a usurper. She was seen as a manipulative woman with an unnatural lust for power at the expense of her young stepson. She was interpreted as a vain, ambitious, and unscrupulous woman by Metropolitan Museum curator William Hayes in 1953, who excavated a funerary temple in the 1920s alongside curator Herbert Winlock. The scholarly consensus in the 19th and 20th centuries was that Hatshepsut had seized power rather than inherited it. Discoveries of pits full of broken Hatshepsut statues in the 1920s and 1930s only encouraged the view that Hatshepsut had stolen the throne from Thutmose III, who later avenged himself upon her legacy. The attack on Hatshepsut's image seems brutal enough to be personal. The heads of her statue had been severed and the cobra symbol of royalty hacked from her forehead. The pharaohs were regarded as godlike, often as the physical representation of the gods. So this defilement was blasphemous. Other powerful women had been spared this treatment, but Hatshepsut had ruled not as a king's mother, as several other ancient Egyptian women had, but as a female king. These kings' mothers were honored for generations, often more so than the principal wife, showing that a woman holding power was not inappropriate to the ancient Egyptian mind. But female regnants and female
What the fuck is that? That's not a thing. If this
perhaps
bitch
because
is
they were succeeded not by their
bitch.
sons, but by others with weaker ties to the royal line
Whoa.
and limited legitimacy.
Sounds
Destroying
very
the public
funny.
memory of these female rulers would strengthen the position of these later kings.
Whatever. Kind of see what's it writing on? I don't know, NATO or some bullshit. Some stupid fucking thing. What is this? This shit is unbelievable. Oh. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's unbelievable. Oh. Oh, okay. What is this bullshit? Wow, this is some shit. Dog. Dude. If image. Oh. No, 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 no. Folks, look at this. Look at this one.
Sí te la creo.
Look at this. Oh, look at this. Ooh. Goes.
The attempted erasure of Hatshepsut from history was carried out possibly towards the end of Moses III's reign, and more so during the reign of his son Amenhotep II. The erasure was carried out in a haphazard way, crude cover-ups and additions aimed to hide her name and image by replacing her with Thutmose I or Thutmose II. Her image was chiseled off stone walls, and name was removed from monuments and gaps in works of art. The statues were pulled down and smashed. In Herbert Winlock discovered a pit full of smashed Hatshepsut statues. He assumed this proved she had usurped the throne, and later been struck from history for this reason. The real reason why this incomplete rewriting of history occurred is unknown. Answers posed by archaeologists have included self-promotion and cost-saving. There was a tradition of rulers reusing the grand burial monuments and a statuary of older pharaohs for themselves. It has been argued that Amenhotep II, as co-ruler toward the end of his father's reign, had ordered the defacing of Hatshepsut's monuments. His legitimacy was perhaps questioned by Hatshepsut's legacy, as he was not related to her, and she held the purer line of descent from the great old pharaohs. He also broke from royal tradition by not recording the names of his wives and ending the powerful roles and titles of royal women, including that of God's wife. Older explanations that Thutmose III had co-reigned with Hatshepsut unwillingly and had attempted to erase her from history out of bitterness have since been overturned. Long-awaited push against Hatshepsut was taking Hatshepsut, and masses of images of hatred and jealousy. Only the most visible, most accessible images of Hatshepsut were removed. Access to her image was maintained beyond the reach of cars straight ratio. Avoid sacrilege. Mortuary temples were built to honor
Why not? The fuck is the name of people profiles? Not about really. No. Mary Cameron actually the Queen leaders of World War. You know. Mary Elvis is a communist leaders. Kim Jong Un. Everything we can about Kim Jong Un. Motherfucker. I ain't getting dick in Korea. Motherfucker.
On the 3rd of September 2016, 10 times.
Girl, I'll give you a nuclear weapon underground, baby. Spreading them legs.
The bomb was so smooth, the detonation of it caused a 6-point magnitude. Is officially said to have been born on the 882, presumably the city of Pyongyang in Korea. There is no certainty, though, that it is more likely that he was born in January 1983 or January was Kim Jong-il. He was the son of Il Sung of communist backed by the Soviet Union and the Chinese communists directly after the end of Jong-il. Over 3 dynasties, the Kim family have ruled North Korea with an iron grip since the end of the Second World War. However, the nature of the states and its foreign relations have changed over time. younger sister, Kim Yo-young, who plays a considerable many half-siblings Kim Jong-un has famously clashed with. There may be other illegitimate siblings. Given the secretive nature of North Korean society, it is difficult to be sure. Kim was born into a relatively new country with a paradoxically ancient had only been a second, however, because it was made for instant innovations in paper production were made in Korea in the first millennium before transmitted across Eurasia to Europe in medicine. Later, the Joseon dynasty that ruled Korea between 1392 and 1910. Korea's culture flourished, but it also turned inwards as it became fearful of Western influences, especially the spread of Christianity. Westerners began to refer to it as the Second World War. Following this, it was divided along the 38th parallel between a Soviet-backed communist North Korea and the US-backed the torch as a hermit kingdom had tried to unite Korea under communist rule through the Korean War state. North Korea had many allies, and its economy benefited from them. The change over North Korea. Although Kim was born in Pyongyang and was part of the ruling family there, his earliest years the day realities of ordinary North Koreans. It was taken unlikely and modern Medium's relationship with age. His only known child, Kim Ju-ai, has also been noted as his potential successor, although as of 2026, she is 13 years old. There he learned on his own. He returned to North Korea in around to complete his secondary education. It was in Switzerland where he seemingly developed a fascination with basketball, a strange development given stitches in a country where ball, skiing, and other South Korean had to adjust to the new political climate in the country. In Europe, his earlier position. His grandfather ruled for half a century. Died on the 8th of July 1994. Kim Il-sung had ruled over a country that was supposed to close allies among the communist rulers, such as Nicolae Ceausescu in Romania, or such as India. That had changed in the early 1990s as the culture and efforts to move towards the model of growth pursued by countries like Singapore, South Korea, and Hong Kong between the 1950s and 1980s. As a result, while Kim Jong had been planned as early as 1980, it was unclear what approach he would adopt as the new country's leader. In the end, his isolationist approach to economic autonomy was perhaps even against some malnutrition. If Kim Il-sung was guilty of an authoritarian government with the Soviet Union and China, his son quickly established someone who had little concern for the well-being of his own people. Kim was away in Switzerland, aware of what was happening at home on some level. Kim was a child when instead his older half-brother from Kim Jong's marriage to Song Ye was believed to be the designated successor. He was born in 1971 and was consequently entering his mid-20s at the time that his father became the new head of state. He had years to privatized the position and was viewed in some studies in Switzerland, which rapidly changed the succession plans. Firstly, fear began to grow that Zhong Nam was a reformer of sorts who was not dedicated to the Juche ideology of the country. This is a political ideology to the judgment displayed by Kim Jong Nam and the fact that Jong Un was now entering his 20s and beginning to build up his own faction of supporters of the North Korean political court. Remember, Kim Jong as such, his reign was never going to be as long as that of Kim Il-sung. It was therefore important for the successor to position himself married in 2009 and had children or two. Little is known about her background, upbringing, or political views. And perhaps Perhaps that was the goal. To his honest, Kim Nam had several wives and mistresses, many who have lived extensively in Macau and Beijing in China over the years. Their connections to foreign entities complicated of Zhongnam. In Kim Jong-un's case, this basketball, and he is a keen fan of the NBA. This is a peculiar family tendency. His father was notorious for his collection of Western DVDs. Kim is also understood to potentially have meetings can involve strong spirits and his wife. What this means is that even at a relatively young age, Kim is caused from a lot of health problems and suffering particularities about him as there is an awful lot about Kim that remains unknown today. To groom Kim insiders within the regime and approach. Hence, at the end of the 2000s, and giving him new responsibilities. Successor designate and would follow his father as third supreme leader of North Korea. Many challenges on account of its strange history under his father's stage economic sanction for the most part. The situation slightly since the famine of the 1990s. But there were continuing food shortages. It was also common for electricity to simply be unavailable. The power could go out to capital. It was like living pre-modern world. Soviet era facilities, or those found in Germany at the start of the 20th century. The average salary was the equivalent of less than $2,000 a year. While the overall size of the economy was admittedly, the population there was approximately North Korea. With some 50 million inhabitants in 2011. Slightly when it comes to Kim Jong regime. which we'll return to shortly. But for the very roots of trade and economic support, and has done so since the end of the Cold War, it also has ties to other countries that are deemed to be opposing the global world order, such as Afghanistan, Syria, Iran, Eritrea, and Equatorial Guinea. In short, under Kim, North Korea has displayed zero interest in becoming a more acceptable member of the international community. It is under heavy sanctions and is one of the few countries worldwide which refuses to sign dozens of international treaties on human rights. Finally, because of its huge reliance on China, Russia, and Iran, North Korea has no option but to go along with whatever the foreign policy prerogatives of those nations have been over time. As we will see very shortly, this has dragged North Korea into its first hot war in 70 years in Ukraine. The Chinese Premier Xi Jinping does not like it when North Korea acts unilaterally to fire ballistic missiles over Japanese airspace. Chinese are, above all, merchants. They want a stable system in the Pacific that fosters trade and wealth. Kim is often Beijing is Russian trade. There has been one notable effort made during Kim's 13-plus years as head of North Korea to try to reach a rapprochement with the Western world. This concerns negotiations during his first term as U.S. President. Trump has many detractors and many supporters. Some of the things he has been particularly anxious to break ground around are in the realm of international affairs. This has had some success when it came to the Abraham Accords in the Middle East and his recent brokering of an agreement between Israel and Hamas in October 2025. When Trump entered office in 2017, tensions were extremely high between North Korea and the West, especially launching of missiles over Japanese and South Korean airspace. The U.S. and Western nations about freezing its program in the post. Moving ahead. clandestinely with program. In 2003, it officially withdrew from the Non-Proliferation Treaty and accelerated its making of weapons. Was the regime less than one? To put this in perspective, 2 bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 were 15 and 20. As leader of major export nuclear weapons was carried out in 20 to the international community that he intended to continue with and tests in quick succession. 16 and 2017. The 6th was the most the capital of South Korea, but even to a nuclear half-life that would make the city uninhabitable and lead to widespread death from radiation. Simple reason, but unpredictability. The reality is that Kim and his advisors test because they ensure the continuation of the regime. Simply put, it would likely make it through and strike the surprise that it's so close to North Korea. Therefore, as much as might appear volatile, there is a strategic rationale for the dictatorship here in the way that Sadro in 2003, or by the manner in which the CIA and other foreign adversaries have worked to undermine governments in many different countries. In ways inaccessible to countries without nuclear weapons. Take the example of that he is believed extremely in 2011, even though he repeatedly stated he had no desire to return to North Korea. Concerns continue to surround nationality, they had applied after being instructed to do so by North Korean agents who quickly flew out of Malaysia. He died within 20 minutes from the lethal combat. Involved were eventually exonerated as they were. Kim Jong-un has never been North Koreans. He is in that way to sizable Korea. And government in North Korea. The state has been controlled at the very top by the Kim family since the very foundation of the country. After Kim and his father before him held the official title General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea. They have all been leaders of the political self to the Second World War. The executive organ is the Politburo, a kind of government cabinet that has ministers who, in theory, advise Kim and act as heads of different government departments. Like any country, kind of system it operates, there is an entire system of national, regional, and local government. No state can operate without such a system. Therefore, while Kim would appear to be the all-powerful head of North Korea, and this is how the regime system and government apparatus in question of the power structure within Korea arises is in the relative power of the Korean People's Army and the general simply regime data loses the support of the military, these observers question whether Jong-un Antonio Spurs, and Chicago Bulls, and was considered to be one of the greatest players of his era. As a leader, the Rodman incident should not fool anyone at the same time. Career as law rights abuses and the brutal way it crushes political dissidents. Accurate figures are people either in jail or internment camps in North Korea. The jails are terrible places, rife with disease. Good torture is prominent, and Kim sanctions it, though both long-standing issues have preceded his time in power, and that people are filtered in and out regularly. Other people, or even the genius of creation, entirely controlled version runs its own of the world wide known as the Kwangmyong. There are actually no loopholes around to find the force of Russia. China trees since late 2011, but it's for the regime. Conversely, there has been decent economic growth in the 2010s and the 2020s. Price arms and factories are allowed to reinvest their profits in poverty, though and his wife and children, as well as the upper brass of the government and military. Kim is, for instance, a billionaire in real terms, with many. They are always conscious of the possibility of regime change, so billions of dollars in assets are held by Kim and his closest allies in banks in China and Southeast Asia. We hold assets in Swiss and Caribbean banks through third parties and shell accounts. Though this is hard to prove. This, Kim has operatives who engage in elaborate fine advice. North Korea's players worldwide scan. The benefit it enjoys in this area is that it is a state. Rather than an individual. If an individual artist wrongs hundreds of million detection from Myanmar and the Philippines, or even somewhere like Serbia and Bulgaria. However, they can eventually face extradition, and laws are tightening everywhere. North Korea is an exception. A place where the ruler himself regime several $1 billion in crypto-related successes, family and allies. Kim, like all world leaders, had to oversee his state's management of the COVID-19 pandemic's first cases. The inference was that North Korea remained miraculously free of the disease until well into the pandemic, despite its proximity to China pandemic late in 2019. In a way, it makes a lot of sense that we had a nation with virtually zero tourists or business travelers coming in. Furthermore, land borders are not exactly porous, trying to cross over. North Korea was consequently like an island in of itself from the world, an attempt a zero COVID strategy, and daring to present matters, claiming that the virus-free country was indicative of the success of Kim's leadership. In reality, though, the disease was circulating in North Korea earlier than most other countries. Although Kim's government did move extremely quickly to close its borders. Information about the disease trajectory in North Korea was extremely limited. In 2022, by which time the pandemic was dying down worldwide. Country the summer of 2020, or at least it contributed to it. The Korean War has never ended. A ceasefire was declared back in July along the 38th latitude north of the equator. flare-ups here over North Korea fleed the first years of Kim's teams trying to pass the demilitarized zone. However, a joint liaison office had been built at Kaesong in an industrial in 2018 between Kim and his South Korean counterpart at the time, President Moon. Unfortunately, despite millions of US dollars being spent on erecting the forced decoders on the 16th of June 20, COVID had apparently put unification off once again. Elsewhere, Kim had strength its and Putin is paying extremely low. A new source of cheaper fighting men was found. And thousands of North Koreans in Eastern Europe took fighters from October that year that have fought in Ukraine in late 2025. These men earn far less than their Russian counterparts and are often used as cannon fodder on the flights. Kim has received hundreds of millions of US dollars in funding from Putin in return for his assistance, with hundreds of millions more flowing into North Korea via soldiers' wages and so forth. This is a notable shift it is the first time that North Korea has deployed troops extensively to aid an ally in a foreign war since the armistice in the Korean War in 1953. North Korea did provide some logistical and material support to the North Vietnamese. Ukraine is far more. It is all too easy to belittle Kim Jong-un as a peripheral player in a network of leaders, sometimes called the Axis. Next to figures like Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, the strongest ever launched by North Korea. There is also mounting evidence of the country's efforts to develop AI arsenal and functions. Like Iran, Russia, and China, North Korea will soon dwarf most Western nations to unmanned drone warfare technology. Those who dismiss the North Korean regime under Kim as a bit of a joke are misinformed. The current leader might be around for much longer than we think. With a country that is beginning to develop economically beyond the perilous years of the 1990s and 2000s, it might well begin to become a much more powerful politics of the Far East in years to come. This is especially so when we consider the instability of South Korea's politics in recent times when compared with the North. A very strange leader. He has been mocked and vilified for over a decade as North Korea's leader, viewed as a slightly comical figure who only finds himself in a position of power because of the circumstances of his life, in gaining the position as the third supreme as potential successors. Kim was chosen to succeed his father, although international observers continue to wonder. For some of the more within the North Korean military and the long entrenched political elite, there are enough signs that Kim foreign power is likely to take that risk, or through his alliances with China, Iran, and Russia. Kim has allies that ensure that the Northern governments might focus on his alleged trail of himself, Idiot Savant, but presumably informs them are dealing with a far more circles. Only will tell what happens in North Korea under the power there for many decades to come. Or do you think the power structure behind the scenes of this CQ very much for one? 1991. Kim Jong-il, the heir of North Korea's ruler since 1940, was a Russian. Once his reign was dissolved to rule North Korea, he succeeded. Would he open the country up to reform in the post-Cold or become even more isolated? The story of Kim Jong, the second leader of North Korea. The man, in 1941, at Voroshilov in the far is what Soviet records of the time indicate. This evidence is North Korean state that he was born on the 16th of February 1992 at the Pentus camp on border date. Propaganda reasons that Kim was not Russia. His name in his earliest Yoon Kim, a partly Russian name, to give him the name Kim Jong-il. Kim's father was Kim Il-sung, fighting against the Japanese occupation of both Korea and large parts of China. Hence, Kim's probable birth in southeastern Russia in 1941. His father would still become the leader 48, which still prevails over a century later. This means it is the oldest family dictatorship in the world. Kim's mother, Jong-suk, the first wife of Kim Il-sung, met in China in the mid-1930s, when Kim was there as an anti-Japanese fighter. Kim Jong-il was their eldest son. Another son. While their only daughter, Kim Kyung-chol, 20-year period in the modern history of the Korean Peninsula. Korea was not always divided into two nations. It was unified for thousands of years and was extremely stable. 500 years between 1392 and 1897. That was a period in 1910, Korea was directly annexed by the Japanese. It remained part of the Empire of Japan for 35 years. The country was only finally liberated in August 1945 as the Second World War came to it. By then, the Union had invaded the Korean Peninsula and South Korea. Kim-jong's upbringing was tumultuous, while the circumstances of the occupation of Korea later his life became more settled in North Korea in the second half of the 1940s. But then, with the outbreak of the Korean War, Kim was on the move once again, reinforcing on the 19-bed table, and his education was sporadic and regularly interrupted until after the Korean War ended in 1953. For instance, some biographies assert that Kim spent most of the years of the Korean War in China for his safety. Official North Korean accounts assert that he remained in Korea. North Korea must be kept in mind. The kind of quasi-royal dictatorial family which it has since become, while Kim is dictator. That shift only occurred place Kim Il-sung War, known as the Kamsan faction, was crushed. Kim Jong-il played a senior role out of the Soviet propaganda commission that had been installed in North Korea in the autumn of 1945, after the occupation of the northern half of the North Korean administration. It was responsible for disseminating and managing Vegetation Department coincided with statues and printed material to spread the propaganda of the regime, to adopting film as a new method of indoctrination. It immediately had to deal with a problem amongst the department's leaders, who had sanctioned the production of a film called An Act of Sincerity. This portrayed Chen Jae-ryun, the wife of Park Chol, the leader of the Kamsan faction, in a very positive light. Kim and Kim Tom Agitations Department as a consequence. He is listed as the director of a 1971 propaganda opera named Sea of Blood. It was set in the 1930s, the era of the Japanese. December ideology has become out his CV, which argued that all directors and contributors operate from a single seed of an idea that was based around a piece of the regime's propaganda. Kim's infamous with films and as head of the propaganda and agitation department. Kim's formal reign as his father's success occurred in stages. Many historians trace native heir to his father to as early as the 20th century during the absorption incident. Kim Il-sung gave a speech before the party leaders aired measures in the 1960s and 1980s. Kim would succeed as ruler of North Korea in due course. By 1971, he was being referred to in official state propaganda as the adored leader. That indicated the intent that he and in the years that followed, Kim consolidated power and rivals. Kim Jong, who had been considered as a possible alternative back in the early 1970s, was sidelined. Throughout these years, Kim had a growing family. It was an unorthodox one, and even today, decades later, the exact nature hard to disentangle. He is believed to have was the daughter of a senior military officer, and the union was decided upon by Kim Il-sung. Together in and 1976. This is the clearest element of Kim's complex personal life. To have had an earlier wife, Oh Yeon-chon, 1966. Who come into Kim's orbit as part of his work was that they had two children, including a son, Kim Jong-nam, through a Ko Yong-hee, 80s, daughter, Kim Yo-jong. How secretive North Korean society is, as well as due to the accurate records that their dates of birth are not speaking. They were born between my children, as we will see, the most important over time. Another died in 2004, following which another of Kim's mistresses, Kim Hong's mistress. They are also understood to have married, even though Kim's former wife, Kim Yong-soo, remained alive, and they had apparently never divorced, be it they were estranged. North Korea's politics were shifting during these years. Not only did the Kim family solidify their hold over the government, they did so by cementing the position of the military at the heart of the administration. This was already a feature of Korean life going back the Second World War, the formal adoption of the Song-Moon system, as we will see. As the Cold War became more tense again in the 1980s, and as South Korea experienced a great economic boom based on its diversification into electronics. Cold War, Korea had many ties to nations in Asia, Africa, East Europe, and Latin America. These would shape Kim Jong-il's time as ruler. 85. Mikhail from young generation who had come prosperous Soviet era at East Germany. After the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, the contagion spread to the USSR itself. In 1991, and the new Russian Federation the late 1970s to open up their economy to the world stage in the 1990s. Following the war, the American peace, when democracies were everywhere and ships in Africa, effectively was unwilling to bend politically in the first of the 1990s, and the kind of former aid and the lion. Kim Il-sung died at 84 at 82 years of age. The line of succession was well established, and Kim Jong-il succeeded his father, at first in a somewhat capacity, and then from October 1997. As General Secretary of the Communist Party of Korea, Kim ideology that placed the military at the very heart of North Korean life and was enshrined as part of his policy framework in 1995. 1994. It peaked in 1996 and 1997. Because of the secretive nature of North Korean society, there is an unusual lack of consensus about the death toll from the North Korean famine of 1994 to 2000. The lower estimates, which are unrealistic, suggest around 250,000 deaths. The upper estimates are that 3.5 million people died, which would have constituted around 15% of the population. The true figure probably lies between 500,000 and 1.5 million people. Response that it was even, while at the same time adopted largely ineffective instruments counter approach. It would accept international aid, and many non-governmental organizations or NGOs North Korea began delivering. This was nowhere near enough, though, and the famine did not generate the kind of light that it otherwise might have at a different time. This was because it overlapped with wars, the fight of freedom as to whether a person or family was an industrial worker and an agricultural worker. Industrial workers and other groups like the military and government officials were given preferential treatment in the distribution system, while those who were unable to work during the famine. Better to take it hand in 2000 economic system out to keep his time as leader of the country. Today, North Korea is viewed as a pariah state that has no interest in being welcomed back into the wider community of nations. Instead, the regime cannot be told. However, was a real opportunity in the late 1990s and 2000s towards peace and economic development. On that, the rest of the world flourishing economically. Stark contrast to the men and stagnation of North and decided to reconcile their nation with the new US-dominated world order. Thus, What is known as the Sunshine Policy was adopted by Kim's government in 1998. The primary goal of this was to tensions with separation. Talks opened over this thing, which theoretically was sway to in the two nations with a lot of public fanfare. Kim's government that the economic success of the South might start fighting event at the Summer Olympics in 2000. The Korean government felt pressure to sack from the negotiations, and the Sunshine Policy gradually went into abeyance. With the failure of the Sunshine Policy, Kim doubled down on North Korea's new means of guaranteeing a long-term future. North Korea began its nuclear program in the immediate aftermath of 1950, but Moscow was not going round the world arming countries with nuclear weapons. No matter how close an ally North Korea did throw, the first small nuclear reactor was completed at Yongbyon in 1965 under Soviet supervision. It was only capable of using low uranium to be. The North Koreans used the Technical Initiative. In 1985, for instance, Kim Il-sung had agreed to sign the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear with South Korea, but it would step back from trying to acquire, which had been maintained in the southern country since the 1950s, as library elements for the nuclear weapon were already in place in North Korea. When Kim decided to commit to the policy in the 30s, already had nuclear capabilities of the, but it now started to weapons grade level. It also rejected International Atomic Energy Agency observed in Non-Proliferation Treaty. In history, this might have led to a US military intervention to prevent the regime acquiring new such as in 2025 when Iran accelerated. However, a unique setup prevailed with North Korea in Kim's time. Firstly, the US allies were preoccupied with two wars. They were reluctant to countenance attempts to engage in regime change or to deter Kim's nuclear weapons US, North Korea, after King's much heavier sanctions by the international community. On stage as it recovered from the crisis in the 1990s, neither country could ignore sanctions against Syria in quite the way they do today. Economic reforms were therefore self-sufficiency. The measures initiated met with limited success. For instance, the attempt to introduce markets that allowed private property and private trade. This is producing goods which it could sell to the rest of the world, recall of the and the introduction of a new version of the implemented as well in 2009 to try to address inflation and curb black market activity. This had only a minor impact in a country where lots of black market trade is in the form of art. To slavery, to nascent cyber attacks to try to raise capital in the 2000s. For instance, he became infamous worldwide for his fascination with cinema and was rumored to have the world's VHS and DVD. The estimated size of the collection was rumored to be over 20,000. It was claimed that he spent hours every day watching films. Action films were his favorite films. In a book published under his name in 1987, The Cinema and Directing, he had stated that the cinema occupies an important place in the overall development of art and literature. As such, it is a powerful ideological weapon for the revolution. It's unclear exactly how James Bond was critical to the revolution in North Korea. Kim's carefully cultivated image was also well known. He wore green, quasi-known regularly, and was often seen wearing his signature sunglasses. Kim liked the finer things in life, even as his nation remained desperately poor. He was also known to be fond of expensive brandy, French wine, and cigarettes. Paranoid being poisoned and had his meals, while his eccentricities meant that, notably in the 2004 puppetry comedy film Team America, there was a ruthless Shin-san It was believed that Kim Nam, his son via his relationship with Song Hye-ri, would succeed Kim. He was his eldest son. He was considered to have a similar temperament and personality. In May that year, Kim Jong-un was arrested after arriving in Japan with a fake passport and so it was their mother who must have led this campaign. Strangely, as developers. Nevertheless, it is evident that 2009 was the year when Kim date, he did not appear for the Olympic torch relay. Advanced doctors in China to the city to attend anniversary of the formation back in 4. Unusual that Kim did not attend the stroke in October, and the regime did not admit that anything was wrong. Released photos of a healthy Kim in early November 2000. that Kim Jong-un was confirmed as his heir in a more public manner at this time. To this day, it is not one By 2010, he was well enough to as General Secretary of the Workers' Party. His underlying health on the 17th of December 2011, Kim suffered a massive heart attack while taking a morning train from Pyongyang to a site outside the city. This was the official version of events. South Korea unknown causes after a further deterioration of his health. It was intended to present an image of a hard-working leader setting on day's work when he died. It was held 11 times. There, it is on public display, along with his father's remains. They announced the death of Kim Jong-il. Several years after he became leader, Kim Jong-un, who was only in his mid-20s when he was believed a weak character, and it was thought that the middle of the country. That assessment was proven to be incorrect. In the mid-2010s, Kim Jong-un took a number of steps. For instance, it was 2016. Jong-un had two former ministers, Wang Min and Ri Yong-jin, executed. They had become possible fulcrums of dissent, and Kim made an example of them. The two men were executed using anti-aircraft guns, which are essentially his older brother, the one-time heir, Kim Jong-nam, agent while traveling through Kuala Lumpur International Airport in Malaysia. He had been living in exile weapon of some kind. North Korea engaged in diplomatic negotiations with the US President Donald Trump, and North Korea has since aligned itself even more closely with Russia and China. The country continues and military dictatorship headed by the family. Given the nuclear capabilities which it during Kim Jong-il's tenure as dictator, world of violence. The difference was, when he was born in the middle of the Second World War, Korea was the victim of Japanese violence, whereas for most of his life, it was the Kim family oppressed their fellow North Korean. As his father was securing power in the north of the peninsula after the war with the Japanese ended, and then during the ensuing between 1950 and 1953. In the 1950s, 1950s and 1960s. When he did ascend to become the second leader of North Korea in 1994, the country was descending into a terrible economic crisis and famine. This crisis, after the end of the Cold War, briefly opened Kim to change course and to initiate reforms. Ultimately, however, he turned away from this option, with the framing. As a result, Kim turned to an intensified nuclear weapons program as the means of ensuring the security of the regime and his family's rule. His decisions have led to North Korea of the 21st century, the most isolated countries in the family dictatorship that combines an ideology of military authoritarianism. Nonetheless, there is no denying the success of Kim's nuclear program. The regime that his son now rules over cannot be dismissed. States of Kim Jong-il cemented the rule of the Kim family, world's strangest nation. What do you think of Kim Jong-il? Did he foolishly throw away an opportunity to end North Korea's isolation? A more aggressive nuclear program. is about to bear witness to radical reforms and never before. Party, facing many obstacle backs, would nonetheless ultimately become one of the most prominent figures in recent Chinese history, and arguably one of the most important figures of the second half of the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping, mother of modern China. Western China, descendant of the Hakka people, a branch of the Han Chinese. Father was Deng Wenming, a landowner in rural Sichuan, Feng village. Being selected by the to collect tax. She had 4 children, 3 boys. However, she was absent life from a relatively young age. To what is now believed to have been tuberculosis of Wenming and Danshu. Not much is known about the future. A stable, energetic, and happy child. He was marked out by his schooling and mischievous, though serious and intelligent too. By the age of 5, in 1909, Deng began private tutoring and received his was customarily from his teacher. To aspire to good. National Primary School, where he continued to work and learned to recite passages from his writing. Deng was growing up at the time. Immense change. The introduction of Western ideas immense disruption in China. The second half of the 19th century saw a gradual political instability ensued. The imperial government finally collapsed in 1911, following the movements like the Kuomintang or nationalists, and the communist began to emerge amongst the more educated middle classes of China's many great cities, formed the background against which Deng's life played out. Deng's life was being shaped by the forces of civilization from an early point. 1919, when Ming that such an educational move could be consumed for political free in China. Due to poor grades, and he also struggled strong students to Paris, study at a secondary school of discriminatory treatment. Nationals, who, according to him, were treated like and were sent to bed early. Forced into paid work during the economic recovery of France following his son's and lack of employment, which resulted into the poor of civilians. Chinese ambassador Western nations. This was an era of socialist movement. University for a few months. Dong moved to the Song used to Russian military strategies, but it evolved into China responsibility. continued to be unmeddling within the communist movement, though one whose talents were evident and who would continue to rise. Political career was so his party's popularity, Mao was locked military strategists with a frequent turnover in power, causing uncertainty, strength of their army. East fell to the Japanese, and the nationalists, like the communists had done years earlier, fled westwards into the Chinese interior. There, the communists occupation forces in Beijing and other regions of the northeast, aggressively active in places like Hebei and Shanxi. He notably played a senior role in the 100 Regiments Offensive in the autumn and winter of 1940, a massive engagement between 500,000 Japanese and Chinese forces across a large front. This was Japan and China in the Second World War, only by that which occurred between the Soviet Union in East Europe. The nature of conflict in China changed from December 1941 onwards, when Japan attacked the United States Chinese brand of communism that would become known as Maoism. On the 1st of October, the People's Republic of China in Beijing thus well newly declared communist state into being. In its earlier days, People's Republic and military organizer, as he had done, had found Deng's political skills to be. Thus did Deng accompany Mao on a visit to Stalinist Russia in 1950 to reaffirm those ties between the two nations. Development of the Chinese Eastern Railway. In the aftermath of the successful negotiation Deng was promoted to vice premier in 1952 and held a growing number of important positions within the government, such as depth of the Office of Communications that had commenced back in the late 1920s and which transformed the Russian economy. Through these, countries transitioned into socialism. A key component of this was the collectivization of agricultural land into giant state-run farms. Would then be run agriculture lagged behind, with growth and cooperation stood by farming. Through Mao's agriculture, the industrial economy moved, and the country, which would cause strife, consolidated. Deng continued to do well during this period under Mao's patronage. He retained his place as a vice premier and later secured the position as head of the Communist Party's organization department. When his debts are growing, developing between Deng and Mao. In 1990, Deng assumed a stronger position within the party, serving as Secretary General of the Secretariat under the Politburo. He was also involved in the country's decision making alongside This, though, was not long-lived and was instead used by those critical of the government. Then, in 1997, Mao's anti-rightist movement emerged. Party. It would last down to the end of the 1950s, 1958, which opposed Maoist Party. It was a Chinese was in communist China, as Joseph Stalin was in his control over the Soviet Union in the 1930s and 1940s. In 1958, the Great One was Mao's vision that the country could eclipse Britain in terms of its industrial productivity just 5 years. The Great Leap Forward was enormously aimed in particular to increase Chinese steel production to a level where it would eclipse British steel production within 5 years. Ambitious targets were also developed for the amount of coal being mined in the country. These industrial factories led to develop maximum efficiencies countrywide and mines. The result was a catastrophic famine as part of the officers forced so many people off the farms. The exact death toll is still widely disputed. As terrible no, they benefited Duff's career. Moving forward, saw a branch of the party economic reformers like Deng and Liu Shaoqi now sought to convince the party leaders that a new approach might be employed. At the 7,000 Cadres Conference of 1962, their proposals were greeted warmly. Mao was not in a position to aggressively. It was clear that a division had emerged between the lead protege who had risen under him back in the 1930s. Further divisions were seen when Mao recommended developing what he termed the third front movement. He meant that China needed to become more of the growing rift between Moscow and Beijing in the mid-1950s and the death of Stalin. Deng openly opposed Mao's approach and argued against expensive investment quickly spun out of control as gang school university students their own teachers and parents for not being ideologically fervent enough. In time, the government had to resort to programs whereby sent to the countryside from the cities to try to reform them further. Meanwhile, 1 and 2 million people were killed in atrocities across China. Over the next decade, as the Cultural Revolution went on and on, both of whom would accuse unreformed bourgeois on a policy, though patronist and acquired. In February 1972, Nixon visited China as the first post-communist era president of the United States to do. Since 1949, the US had largely acknowledged the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan as the legitimate government of China. But with the passage of more than 2 decades of relations, and eventually in 1979, the administration of President Jimmy Carter would acknowledge the People's Republic of China. Played a major process as a more junior figure within the communist regime known in modern history, as it paved the way China was beginning to produce in ever greater quantities. This aside, Deng's character was not popular, with some such as Henry Kissinger him a quote by many people in the Nixon administration and beyond. Zhou Enlai died in 1986. His death was soon followed by mass protests and 1976 as discontent for revolution and Mao's rule boiled over. On the day large crowd to pay their respects to Zhou, who was highly two systems, whereby Hong Kong would become part of China, while retaining its democratic system in a form of self. Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Ronald Reagan, who had been named as the Person of the Year on two separate occasions. His time as leader of the People's Republic can overlook the fact that China's controversial one-child policy to Deng's tenure. By the end of the 1970s, the country's population had nearly grown to 1 million. It had at an enormous rate leaped forward 20 years earlier. In 1962, there had been around 665. It grew to 850 in 1970, and was continuing to expand year on year by an average of nearly 20 million. By 1979, government demographers and was necessary to prevent the population exceeding 1 billion. Was in theory established that each couple should only have one child. However, so in theory eventually had a one-child policy imposed on them. While a policy of this kind had limited extent. For instance, fines were imposed on families that exceeded a half-century later. China in demographic crisis caused by a rapidly aging ever be one of the more controversial elements of Deng's controversial chapter in his the Chinese Communist has been the death of Hu Yaobang, a leading reformer within the Chinese Communist Party. There are wider movements in Europe to reform this governments of countries in Poland and East Germany. The unrest was also the outcome of a society which, for better or worse, had experienced immense changes in the decades over. Up of the economy, negotiations underway, but the unrest had spread across China. June 1989, Deng, and the following day, soldiers and tanks down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission. Dunn had stepped down authority which had occurred with the damage to the result of the Tiananmen, not just his position, but also the reform program which he had launched a decade earlier. Within the communist hierarchy, believed that China was liberalized swiftly and was moving away from the route of the Chinese Communist Revolution, a view which was compatible when attempted reforms of the Soviet Union by Mikhailov in the 1980s inadvertently caused the collapse of the communist in 1991. In order to prevent that, the reforms were rolled back in many respects in 1990 and 1991. It was this which led Deng to undertake the southern tour over the space of 5 weeks. In cities parties belief in the program he had ensuring continuation of the model. To admit that Hu Jintao theoretically controlled the Communist Party and the state. On major policy matters, he was also advertised his health was declining. In 1995, it was confirmed he was suffering from Parkinson's disease, and his movements were increasingly restricted. He died on the 9th at 92 years of age from a combination of illnesses, including a severe lung infection. Several weeks of national mourning and commemoration followed for one of modern China's most significant leaders. The Chinese economic miracle, and in fact, only accelerated to become the largest at some of the mid-2030s. Deng Xiaoping was an understated figure. He lived most of his life in the shadow of between the 1940s and the 1970s, and he died in 1997. Many will note that in setting China on the path to the United States, substantially shaped the century that followed in his own time. What do you think of Deng Xiaoping? Was he the great hero of China's modern economy? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. On the Jiang Qing, the widow of Mao Zedong, the death was arrested, a prominent role in the country's politics. Yet even her position as Mao's former wife couldn't prevent her from being sentenced to life in prison. What had she done to prompt the communist regime to destroy her once Mao's reign had ended? This is the story of Jiang Qing, the real driving the Cultural Revolution. The woman known to his Mao was born in the is disputed, though she was almost in March 1914. Her parents gave her the name Li Shumeng. Jiang Qing was was she older half-sibling. Her mother endured far worse, heavy drinker, who often her. Some biographers have speculated that the relation and her father's space his mother left in tow. Mother and daughter remained charmed for less than 2 years, during which time Meng started just as her siblings had done. Schumann the school as local conflicts raged and the government break. The state to his legitimate wife and children, but he also bequeathed to his section's mother, now 40 and beginning to significant health problems, and her parents, who lived Jinan in northwestern Shandong, for help. The elderly couple had only one other daughter, and were presumably relieved to have their daughter and grandchild, and perhaps to help care in their old. Using a portion of their small inheritance, Chu Meng and her mother purchased An. Once there, Li Shu Meng was given a new name, Li Yunhe. Whether she received her new name from didn't purpose as her early experiences had made her rebellious and fiercely independent. Rather than stoically accepting mean or poor treatment at others' hands, Yun and visited herself. What she poor, marginalized Yunhe could only reject the Confucian ideals, which were nothing more than its traditional Chinese values. Back, Yun-He finished her when she was about 12 or 13 years old. Around this time, Yun-He and traveled Tianjin prospects, where they stayed for several months, her oldest to do household chores, which her family was quick to forbid. In 1928, her mother married her marriage with her Gina for only a few months more. She did not return to school until that her grandparents appeared to love the free hand rolls. She began to gain confidence in developing artistic and allow her to return home. We do not know what Yun-He's reaction was to being removed from the theatre company, but there is reason to believe she was disappointed, for she actively sought more involvement in the theatre and artistic training shortly after. Parents. Academy provincial government. As one of the few low-income students to gain admission to the school, Yun-He received subsidies in the form of free accommodation and meals, as well. And students at the acting academy did not lead to their opposing foreign influence China in artistic mediums, styles, and plays. Similarly, while they embraced the social and political ethnicism, they admired the individualism of Western art. Party would It was during David's experimental theatre school that Yoon-Her first read Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, an outright indictment of mass social and political prison for women. This play resonated, and it remained her favorite dramatic work. Yoon-Her's personality was beginning to emerge more decidedly at theatre school. Three girls studying there, she had remembered her as and unafraid to be daring. On one occasion, a group of her male classmates set one another a challenge to prove their manhood. The student who would break from a statue of Confucius would be accounted the most courageous. This not considered sophisticated or well-geared, owing to work outside the arts, and even for which her 16-year-old Yoon-Her got married instead. He had become and were likely relieved. For instance, biographers speculate that her grandparents were supportive of the marriage because a dowry was typically required, and there was no one provided it. Perhaps they were simply grateful that Yoon-Her had entered an honourable marriage and would now presumably settle down to a more traditional life, which would bring her security. As Yoon-Her's first marriage lasted only a few months, Faye soured on his new wife within weeks. As tradition demanded, she had moved into Faye's family home following their marriage, but she had no intention of performing the traditional role. Cost she would accept, but she would see reasonable and unrealistic expectations. She gave Faye a choice: move out of his family home with her, grant her an unpaid divorce. Faye and Yoon-Her. 1930s China. Divorce was seen as a significant act of emancipation for members of the nascent women's movement. Like girls, and resisted the traditional practice of foot binding. To seek a divorce would, however, it was also still largely controversial for most people, and it is possible that Yoon-Her's split from her husband and returned to her grandparents. She travelled to the bustling seaside metropolis of Dart. Yoon-Her arrived there in the spring of 1931 and promptly out one of her professors from theatre was now employed as a the academic credentials for admittance to the university theatre work, for which he could recommend her. But he kindly set her up with temporary accommodation in the university dormitories. Visit to Zhao's wife, Yu Shan, to get Yunhe a job as a clerk at the university. She was described as pushy and unaccommodating, but made the most of her new circumstances and received philosophy. Well situated by her difficult childhood to absorb the outrage against the long-standing system. Readily was a concept directing engagement with communist politics in Qingdao occurred as a result. In the wake of the Japanese occupation of northeastern China, aligned more closely with the communists than the nationalists, few broadcast this fact at a time when the nationalists were close to defeating the communists in the Civil War. Nonetheless, the European hit and communism were. Despite her relative lack of political sophistication, Yunhe became a zealous party, which strengthened was arrested for his political activities and a mention of an influential uncle who worked. Yunhe was questioned by police about her partner's political activities, but it is clear to what extent from her. Yunhe unintentionally. Reason but she way had previously done when she left Jinan, arrived to Shanghai in 1933. The richest and most Shanghai was known as the city for sale. And the film industry was the case in Beijing. A hard time becoming free accommodation. Yunhe's busy new life did not preclude her continued involvement in politics. As most Shanghai artists left-wing theatre artists taking classes in the arts, politics, and philosophy at Shanghai University, where the academic establishment had similes. Unfortunately for Yunhe, these activities led to her imprisonment during a nationalist government crackdown of Shanghai. Differing accounts exist of Yunhe's jail term. According to her own report, 8 months, and was subject to cruel and lost a dangerous amount of weight in jail. Her release came about following an friend and on health grounds. After her release from prison, she dramatically thinner. When Yunhe was released, she did just that, on pursuing her career as an actor. To that end, she soon took a new stage name, Lan, meaning blue. 1930 version of Ibsen's Nora opened at Shanghai's Golden City Theatre. The play ran for 2 months, an unusually long run for any play in Shanghai. Opening night was well attended. All were allegedly transfixed by Lan Ping, the title role. Her reportedly incredible performance finally brought her to the notice of Shanghai's 1935 recording for a local newspaper was a year of Nora. Lan Ping soon began to get steadier acting work. She never became wealthy, but nonetheless achieved greater financial success than ever had before. She gladly embraced her new. She enjoyed many Western and fashions. Like many young artists in diverse and cosmopolitan Shanghai, she admired the films and attitudes of Greta Garbo and Mae West, and she often dressed and did her makeup in the Hollywood style. She pursued and Blood on Wolfman. Despite their issues, the couple married in 1936. The marriage fell apart within a year, and neither seemed able to give it in. Lan Ping favored a divorce, but was forced to remain with her husband for several more months after Tang Na, in his despair, had attempted several occasions to take his own life. By 1937, the Shanghai Lan Ping knew and loved was beginning to disappear. Japan invade after Marco Polo Bridge incident triggered the outbreakers to fight the common enemy in what was effectively the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East, before it ever broke out in Europe. Before she left Shanghai, author of Life, revolutionary artists pressed some of her most the 19th during the Cultural Revolution. In this, she insisted that art and drama was social in spirit. This manifesto, her ex-husband Tang Na later remarked cynically, was Lan Ping's meal ticket to the rising establishment was helpful in introducing and vouching for her. Communist Party officials surrounding Mao. Lan Ping was accepted at Yan'an and began taking classes at Lu College, where she also taught drama. With encirclement and marching a long distance across China to regroup. Unfortunately, her husband had discussed her journey, finally left Yan'an and Mao. Became acquainted when Mao came to give a talk at the college. Remote and easily Lan Ping found the courage to share some brief and friendly conversation. Continued to meet and spend time in the ensuing weeks. stood to his top was necessary, not continue Honan province and become a farmer. The party and military officials heard the joke. As long as she stayed in the communist hierarchy. Changqing, meaning Green River, in reference to sentimental Tang Dynasty poet. The first 10 years of Jiang and Mao's marriage were harmonious between them, though they were lived against the backdrop of the immensely destructive war with Japan down to 1945, and then the resumption of the civil war with the nationalists. Jiang Qing gave birth to a daughter in 1940, the only child she and Mao would have together. His name, instead, being Li Na, lived closely with both parents while Mao was working or taking meetings with party members. She was raised as a sister to He Zejun's youngest daughter, Li Min, who, strangely, was also given Jiang's maiden name. Though she had railed all her life against submitting to traditional marriage and domesticity, Jiang nonetheless seemed to Mao's theories, a vague and articulated report writing and general paperwork on Mao's behalf. She was a wife and admired for her seeming grit during the war against the Japanese and later the struggle with the nationalists. As time went by, she began to demand special accommodations and was invariably catered to. Such was her influence with Mao. Even when the ardor of their marriage began to fade, began to wander to younger women once again, Jiang, her predecessor, had. She tolerated many mistresses and affairs. In 1949, the communists finally defeated the nationalists, the remnants of which fled under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek to Taiwan. Mao's triumphant establishment as the ruler of the new People's Republic of China created greater distance between husband and wife. Mao was now busier than ever, and the bureaucratic and security apparatus which grew up around him at the capital in Beijing served to remove Jiang Qing from her husband's daily routine. As the wife of a leading revolutionary on the road, her presence during strategy and policy discussions had been accepted. Now, in the halls of power, where women were rarely, if ever, elevated to influential positions in China, she found herself excluded. She had faced significant health challenges during the war, even suffering from an attack of tuberculosis, for which she underwent a month of treatment in the Soviet Union. But it was when Jiang Qing more than a secretary, Mao arranged for Jiang to head one or two committees charged with assessing theatre and film for alignment with party politics. Initially excited and motivated, Jiang dove into the work, but she soon began to find the position infuriating, as her recommendations were only heeded when Mao happened to agree with them, which he frequently did not. Her relationships worsened, as did her colleagues' opinions of her. Jiang had always been a defiant, forceful personality and difficult to work with, but now she became even more difficult. Numerous interviews with contemporaries recalled Jiang's increasingly unreasonable behavior in the 1950s. She made many enemies among Chinese filmmakers, playwrights, and theater directors for criticizing or attempting to ban their work, Jiang was now a mature and politically powerful woman. She had gained little more intellectual sophistication. She believed that art in the new China should only focus on and celebrate proletarian victory and communist value. Painful childhood may have also been at play here, with her ideas about political justice being bound up with the notion of personal vengeance. Those who displeased her often found themselves and their work dealt with more harshly than they deserved to be. Her feelings of impotence and her anxiety at the new distance between her and her husband began to manifest in her health. Depressed and bored to distraction, she began to complain of feeling physically ill. Dr. Li Jie-sui, Mao's private doctor, recalled that as far as he could see, there was nothing really wrong with Jiang Qing. Her frequent fatigue, mysterious aches and pains, heart palpitations and anxiety were common, he said, to virtually all of the patients he treated among Mao's inner circle. The exceptionally high stress and culture of fear which prevailed among those at the top of the power structure was striking. Jiang Qing was sent away to the Soviet Union several times during the 1950s to convalesce in private hospitals. Sometimes she got the impression that her husband was sending her away to avoid her or keep her from meddling further in politics. She received few visitors. One notable and reliable caller was Zhou Enlai, though several of Mao's toughs visited the Soviet periodically. Some of them liked Jiang enough to pay her a visit. Zhou, however, was one of the few power brokers who remained unkind to her. Whatever he thought of Jiang personally, he brought her delicacies and news from home, making every effort to cheer her up, for which she was grateful. Despite this, Jiang would eventually alienate him too, by attempting to have him removed from office. In 1955, it was confirmed that Jiang was genuinely ill after tests revealed that she had cervical cancer. She returned to the Soviet Union for cobalt-60 treatments and remained there for over a year, recovering. She was made quite comfortable in a private hospital in Moscow and a resort in Yalta with access to a film projector and a regularly replenished selection of Western movies, technically banned in both Russia and China. She ate well, listened to opera, and read a great deal. Her attitude toward those she considered subordinates, however, continued to get worse. She would complain that her bathwater or the temperature in her room was too hot one moment and then too cold when her staff tried to address the issue. By the time Jiang Qing returned to Beijing, a new decade had dawned, and the political situation in the capital was quite different. Mao's popularity had declined in the West. The chairman's disastrously executed 5-year plan to reorganize agricultural activity and maximize the growth of Chinese industry. The results had been horrific, one of the worst famines in human history, during which tens of millions of people died of starvation. Criticism of Mao was now rising across China, even amongst Politburo members and Mao's top officials. But rather than admit the failures and human miseries resulting from his regime, Mao doubled down. He sought instead a realm of cultural and artistic reform, which would squash such avenues of dissent and allay any challenges to his power from popular leaders of the communist movement like Deng Xiaoping or Zhou Enlai. It was in this context that Mao finally granted power to Jiang Qing, of the kind which he had long sought. She would become one of the key architects of the Cultural Revolution that sought to reaffirm Mao's control over communist China from 1966 onwards. As one of the main organizers of it, Jiang was a member of the Gang of Four, along with Jiang Chongqiao, Yao Wunyan, and Wang Hongwen. This quartet oversaw the Cultural Revolution on Mao's behalf, though Jiang was the most powerful of the four. The Cultural Revolution was geared around the idea of instilling a rigorous communist purity into Chinese society. Jiang Qing began by reading and evaluating more than 1,000 artistic works, including films, operas, plays, and ballets, for their conformity to the Maoist principles of socialism, as well as for their lionization of the proletariat. Any works that did not conform to the party line, any art that glorified the wealthy, capitalists, imperialists, past emperors, or the aristocracy, was deemed bourgeois or counter-revolutionary, and were either reformed or banned. Jiang also undertook to identify the most superior works of art in this respect, and made sure they were recognized publicly as good art, both politically and morally sound. Thousands of artists whose works made them politically suspect had their reputations and livelihoods ruined, and came under attack from Red Guards, which were often little more than gangs of violent youths, whipped up into a frenzy by Mao's Cultural Revolution. Those whose political crimes were considered especially egregious were fired from their jobs or forced to undergo ritualized public humiliation, marching slowly through the streets in dunce caps while the crowds jeered and abused them. The most controversial political offenders were imprisoned, some for years on end, and most without charge or trial. Worst of all, Jiang's role in the position of power, which he had never previously held in China, although Mao still ultimately made the final call on all matters of policy. It was the chairman's habit to discreetly pit the most powerful and closest to him against one another in order to keep himself at the center of all possible intrigue. He often criticized one official to another, just to test them, to see how they would respond. Still, Jiang was certainly one of the most powerful people in China between 1966 and 1976. Teachers lecture university, accusing them of libraries and bizarre, which was both an effort to enforce political purity and also a performative counter-government was well aware that it was systematically terrorizing innocent people with the primary aim of strengthening Mao's position after the disastrous years of the Great Leap Forward. The worst years of the Cultural Revolution, which would ultimately claim the lives of anywhere between 500 took place between 1966 and 1969, though it dragged on well into the 1970s. By the mid-90s, the continued health indicated that he was in the final stages of Lou Gehrig's disease, and the talk around him began to turn to succession. It is important to remember that Jiang was only just about to enter her early 60s. Following the death of Zhou Enlai from cancer early 1976 at Deng Xiaoping, she may have believed that there was a path to her claiming once Mao died, though she had made many enemies during her rise to power. She had the support. Jiang also had a good deal of support among China's youth, roughly half the army. During the summer of 1976, Mao sent Jiang what one biographer described as a farewell poem. "You have been wronged," it read. "Today we are separating into two worlds. the past 10 years, I have tried to reach the peak of revolution, but I was not successful. You, though, could top. If you fail, you will plunge into a fathomless abyss. Your body will shatter. Your bones will break. This missive seems to suggest that Japan to become Madam Chairwoman after his passing. For their final meeting with Mao, any sort of presidency at all after he died, but that a broad, multi-generational coalition should govern and lead together. It is up to the politics the Jiang